Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy start to the week. How are we doing today? Bright and early in the morning, let me tell you. Oh, I feel like I so constantly swing in and out of practice of sprinting in the morning and what that feels like. But I'm super excited to be here a little bit earlier with you guys and to start out the week, start out the day with some productivity, get some reading done, and hopefully stream at a time that, can also welcome in some of our other citadelians or other maesters that might reside in other parts of the world. So hopefully this ends up working out, and hopefully we're not too mad at the idea of starting just, I was gonna say a little earlier, but it's a lot earlier actually. But I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you had a beautiful weekend. I would love to know what you're gonna be reading or what you're gonna get up to in the chat, because I realize depending on the time zone, some of you guys will be at work, some of you will be at home, so it just depends. But I would love to know what the plans are for the day to start out the second week of June, which is also kind of crazy. Anyways, that to say, I need to, first of all, sort through some footage. So these will be mostly reading sprints for me, but I do have some other productivity things to get done today. So I need to sort out through some footage because I have a really bad habit of starting a vlog and then never know where I'm at or when or why or just anything. So I like to jot it down and just write it down in my Hobonichi so I know what I filmed so far, what I still need, and this specifically is helpful for when I started a vlog and then haven't touched it in like a week or so, and I need or want to go back to it. So that's what I'm gonna do as the sprint starts, so I can sort through that, because I generally don't know how much footage I have for this thing. So need to do that to start out the sprint, and then I do want to continue Agnes O'Bird's Mystical Cat Shelter. Now, I realize I say continue. I am only 14 pages into this one, but I do want to make quite a bit of progress today, as much as I can, so I can fully get into this one, because let me tell you, I feel like I might have done things out of order, and I yearn for The Everlasting by Alex E. Harrow. I really want to read that one, and maybe I should have picked that up before I picked up Agnes O'Bird, but I just picked up Agnes O'Bird. So you know what? We're gonna stick the landing, we're gonna do the thing, we're gonna continue it, and hopefully we'll end up loving this one. I have hopes and dreams, Some people have tried to talk me out of being so excited about this one. But it's okay. I have to trust that it'll treat me well. So those are the plans for me today, and maybe a little coffee during the first sprint. Maybe I'll order a coffee so that I can have a cappuccino bright and early in the morning, because you know what? It sounds like a coffee kind of day. It does. It does. But yes, do let a girl know in the chat what you guys are going to get up to. Good morning, Kate and Alana. Afternoon for me here. How are you all? I'm doing really good. I feel like I slept well, especially yesterday. The Citadel will know this because I talked about it on Patreon on Saturday, but I was like, oh, I really wish, I hope I can wake up late on Sunday, because honestly, I guess it's like a good habit to have, but like my best and worst habit simultaneously is the fact that for the life of me, I just can't seem to wake up late, especially when I want to. And when I do have the time to wake up later, I just can't seem to wake up anytime past 7:30 a.m. It's honestly very difficult. I woke up at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, not tomorrow. Well, if I want to wake up at 10:30 tomorrow, I also won't complain. But I woke up at 10:30 yesterday. Honestly, monumental. It was heavily raining, so I do attribute my extra sleep to the rain. It was very delicious to sleep in. So there's that. I did end up like sleeping fully yesterday, which was nice. And I did also go to bed at like a reasonable hour, which was also good. So there's that. So I'm feeling well rested. I feel like to start out the week, it's like you always need to put the push for coffee. So like that's where I'm at, where I might need to be caffeinated within the hour. But that's okay. That is totally okay. At least yesterday, I did do the thing that I wanted to do, which was wake up late. So I'm doing really good. How are you doing? That's a very long-winded answer. But you know what? I might be short, but everything about me is long-winded. And I blame my ADHD for that. Doing good at work now and hoping to use this time to get some of my work done to start off my week right. Love it. I have an hour and a bit of work left, so I'll use it to get stuff done, then hop off and read. That's the plan. Haven't read all weekend, so need that extra push. Felt that. The only reading I got done this weekend was listening to Dungeon Crawler, and I did finish it. So That was a good time. Some things at the end that I was not expecting. Really good. Really looking forward to the next one. The fan fiction bit at the end really just took me out. I was laughing like a crazy person when I was at the bookstore yesterday because I was listening to the audiobook while I was at the bookstore. You know what? It's okay. I like to embarrass myself, apparently. That's fine. And I did finish that, but I didn't have like that much of it left. So I think in total, I think it was like exactly 2 hours of reading over the weekend. Not the worst, but I definitely wanted to read more. So today it's redemption time for sure. Joining just to say good morning before I hit the shower and do all the morning things before work. Last week of school, here we go. Hopefully it goes really well, Letty. Good morning, Fox. It's 6 a.m. here and I'm still tired, so I might just be reading fanfic and getting ready for the day. That sounds like a good way to start the day, the week, if we might say. Good morning, Boa and Aileen. Yay for the time zone friendly sprint. Hello, Themia. Hello, Estelle. I'm working till 4:30. My audiobook is in her own league. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Cats are walking into the office. It's a full house today. Hello, Peculiarly and Adriana and Kellen. My goal today is to finish A Far Wilder Magic and then pick up A Betrayal of Storms. About to drop off some parcels, maybe do some book shopping. Ooh, then reading will happen. That sounds lovely. Hello, Ellie. I am at work, but I'm about to leave early because I have a couch delivery. So excited. Oh my God, I hope the couch gets there. Okay, and you love it. Thank you for early sprints. You're very welcome. Europeans are very happy. I hope the entirety of Europe is celebrating. All of it. Every single person in every single country. I do hope so. Good morning, Sam. I'm just about to start cleaning, so the timing is amazing. I'm hoping to finish Survive the Night, but I need help picking my next read. Option 1, Salt and Broom. Option 2, Dissection. Murder. Option 3, Apprentice to the Villain. Option 4, The Red Palace. Ooh, the Red Palace sounds cool. I don't know what that's about, but I'm gonna go for the Red Palace. Going in blindly. Got no idea what that's about, but I'm gonna go for this one. So glad I saw this notification. Good morning, Jack. Hello, Aiden. Working today, but here for the good vibes and listening to the Heartbreak Bakery when I can. Hello, Dana. Just starting work today, working on finishing an arc that comes out tomorrow. Ooh, hopefully you're enjoying it. Hello, Emma. Monday is already Mondaying at work, but I'm trying to pretend otherwise. This is where you hide. This is where we keep the Monday scaries away. So, whoever I need to fight, point me their way. First, second, hopefully, all that, whatever's going on, whatever's happening with the people at work or with work in general, hopefully calms down, because it's too early to be doing all that. I mean, you're only an hour ahead, but still, too early for it. Working today mostly, but hopefully on my break, I can read some of Sinbin. Hello, Rina. If I happen to finish all of my cleaning, I plan to make more progress into the goal. Oh my God, you're already in book 4? Sam, you flew by those. Dear God. Hello, Rita. Hello, Fatima. Happy Monday. Between finishing an arc that comes out tomorrow, or just giving in to the desire to read the Pit fanfic. Ooh. Who are we reading fanfic about? Because I might vote for that one, actually. Currently at my internship, pretending to work, but really, I am reading Yester here, loving it so far. I love the pretending bit. At least, I mean, hopefully, if my understanding's correct, I think it's a paid internship, because I was going to say if they're not paying you, I mean, might as well. But if they are, good for them. Hopefully you're getting paid good. But also, love that the book is good. Reading in the sun, it's so nice. Good morning, Candace. Getting ready to go to work, so won't be able to read, but I thought I would join for the Yap session. Hopefully work today is really good. Didn't realize it was a morning stream this time. I know, we're switching it up a little bit. I did say I wanted to try out at least one morning sprinting round, see how it went, see if, you know, people would join. We would have a good time. Because maybe we can start alternating these. Maybe we can do like a week in the evening, a week in the morning. But it just depends on how today goes. But I think we might be able to make it happen, honestly. Good morning, Fia. Wait, what time is it in America? It is, well, at least for me in Panama, 8:24 a.m. Early. Early, but you know what? Not as early as I've done. I've done 7 a.m. sprints on Patreon before. and I love them. It's just very early. So, you know, I'd be like a little on the fence about whether that would work during full length sprints, but maybe it would. Who knows? It's 9 a.m. for me on the East Coast. Good morning, Queen Mel. Good morning. Good morning, Bea. Good morning, Sarah. Currently homesick. Oh, I hate that. Don't love that. I have my dog curled up next to me, which helps. Hopefully you feel better soon. Not sure how much I'll be reading, but wanted to hang out. Hopefully you're on the mend very soon, friend. The chat has also jumped, so give me a second while I refine my spot. Once finished, I'll be reading Hex by Emily McIntyre, going to start the Starling House. Hello from the Netherlands. Hello. Starting on dinner and leaving in an hour to, Turku, to go to a volleyball training. Nice. Finishing, I hope this doesn't find you. Half the day off of work. Getting ready to go to the zoo with my mom for my birthday. I hope it goes that. Whoa. I hope that goes really well. Sometimes things like that happen in this house, more often than I'd care to admit. Reading the Book of Asriel. Good morning, Emmer. I am going to read A Spark of the Everflame, 100 pages in and enjoying it. Good morning, Michaela. At work from my home. Stayed up until 2 a.m. finishing the Wolf King, and I started the second book. I am dragging today. Well, just based on what time you went to bed, I feel like that makes sense, girlfriend. But you know what? I'm glad that the book was good. There is nothing, even if it's a little counterproductive the next day, I do think there's nothing better than staying up to finish a book. It always feels quite nice. The Everlasting was beautiful. I can't wait to read it. Every time I look at it, I'm like, my precious. I want to read it so bad. If I don't like it, I'll be so deeply sad. But yeah, I ended up picking up Agnes O'Bird because I was like, you know what? Might as well. And now that I'm like 14 pages in, I keep thinking about the Everlasting, but I think I have to just like stick to this because I'm also really excited about Agnes O'Bird. So have to be a little bit patient for as much as my brain wants to be like, pick up the other thing. Is Our Infinite Fates good? If anyone has read it. I myself have not read it, but I think the synopsis sounds really good. I realize that is no help whatsoever. But I'm curious about it. Other than fanfic, I might read some manga or light novel, especially Nana and The Summer Hikaru Died. Hopefully both of those are a really good time. I know my brother really likes Nana, so I feel like it's got the seal of approval. These sprints are going to help my work focus today while I do a big project. Hell yes. Hello, Marjo. Love the timing of the sprint. It is 3:18. It's first going to do some laundry and watering my plants. Been neglecting it. Then I'm going to reread Heartstopper Volume 2. It's almost release day time. I'm so excited. God. It's funny because I also need to get myself a physical copy of Volume 5. So I feel like I need to place a Waterstones order so that I can purchase Volume 5, then pre-order Volume 6. And I also really want to get a UK copy of White Sargasso Sea because the US doesn't have any pretty covers. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for a little something. But hopefully all the things go well and hopefully the plant survives, even though it's been neglected. I feel you, Mel. I wake up by 6 a.m. every morning and it's brutal no matter how late I am up. I felt that. It's like I wake up early, but it's rare that I wake up with like a spring in my step. Like it typically takes me a little bit to get into the flow of the day. And today I'm feeling that, even though I did get a full night's rest. And even though yesterday I also woke up late and just, you know, got the extra sleep. But yeah. So I think the caffeination is going to happen very soon. Hello, Mali. Just finished Rites of the Starling and I loved it. Hello, Beatriz. I am working, but sprints will be in the background for today. I am joining for some of the sprint and later I have, agility with my dog. Hopefully that goes really well. I love your Huntrix sweater. It's so cute. I love her so much. It's the cutest. My mom really did the thing for my birthday last year. I love it. I'm at work, but listening to my ALC of West of Forever in between patients. Hello, Hattie. We are starting. Well, I guess I read that backwards. There we go. Solve Murders by Richard Osman, his latest series. Hello, Raquel. Good morning, Lily. The plan is to switch between schoolwork and reading. Listening to Heavenly Bodies on audio. It's a little slow. Hopefully it picks up. I've heard good things so far. I feel like most of the people have enjoyed it on Patreon, but you never know. Might be the outlier. I actually am scared of starting it. I hope it goes well for me, but I don't know. But hopefully it hits all the spots. I am reading Red Queen finally. I also might work on a bit of my own writing. Same option 1, A Curse of Dark and Lonely, and option 2, Our Infinite Fates. I read A Curse of Dark and Lonely. It's cute. But I think I'm going to go over Infinite Fates just because I'm quite curious about it myself. Currently reading Hungerstone and Before I Knew I Loved You, book 6 of the Before the Coffee Gets Cold series. It's crazy that there are so many books. Do we know if the series is done or if they'll keep publishing? I mean, I know it's inspired by like hundreds of like plays. I don't think they're all individual plays, but I know it's like a collection of play writings that the author did. So I bet there's probably a lot of material. I DNF'd for the series though, because I felt like it was much of the same over and over. But hopefully, book 6 goes really well. Morning, Lena. I am in work today, but I'm hoping to find an audiobook to listen to while I work, but I don't know what yet. If you have any options, if you need help, let us know. Being back at the office after that road trip is the worst. How did the road trip end up though? Hopefully it all went really well. Fanfic between Robbie and Abbott. You know what? I support this. I think you should read fanfiction. In fact, I think you should read more. You should, whatever I'm not reading, you should be reading, which means a lot of fanfiction must be read. That it only took me 4 days to get to the goal. Work was postponed. My momentum. You know what? I admire that. I really respect it. You flew by. I love that. They're not paying me, then girl, pretend you're working. Literally pick up yesteryear, finish it today. I won't be reading this stream, instead I'll be working. So sad. You know what? At least we'll keep you good company while you get your work done. Hello, Laurel. Currently in a reading slump. No, hoping that reading with everyone will help chase this slump away. I'm thinking of starting The Same Backwards as Forwards by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. Hopefully it'll be a good one. Hello, Jessica, working from home and listening to Echoes of You by Catherine Cowles. In all of America, North and South. I can't even remember what this is referencing, but all of it. Morning sprints always work better for me because I work the night shift at the restaurant, so I'm happy for the switch up. It always makes me happy to hear when things work out. Just got home from work, finally catching a sprint from Spain. Hello, Jessica. Good morning, Kenny. I am continuing with The Kingdom of Copper by S.A. Chakraborty. It is so good. Good morning, Liz. Interesting that this is the hour where I'm more free. So nice being able to see everyone. Hello, Jimena. Good morning, Alexandra. I'm about to apply for jobs. A girl has to work. Yes, we do. Hopefully you hear back. Listen, we've gotten good feedback on all of us manifesting somebody to find a job. I feel like we've had a good success rate, so we're manifesting for you. Absolutely, you will hear back within the week. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Is. So happy to finally join a live. It is 3:25 here. Usually it's midnight for me when a live starts. Going to be continuing Empire of the Vampire, hoping to make a good dent in it today. Also started a Quicksilver audiobook this morning, so I might listen to some of that. Working and listening to Dragonfly and Amber, the second Outlander book. That I didn't know that's what it was called. Now that I think about it, I don't think I know what any of the Outlander books are called after the first one. To be very honest, I feel like I know what they look like, but I don't actually know the titles. That's a cool title, though. Not High Overlord Cult Leader Mel. We are never beating the allegations, you guys. I made it for a few minutes before my flight takes off. Hopefully you have a good flight, Is. I hope you love the Everlasting Mel, because I will also be very sad if I don't. I will also be very sad if I don't. Listen. I'm hoping it's a good one. Oh, I'm keeping all my fingers crossed. I'm also like, I feel like I have to read it soon so that I don't let the expectation continue to climb. Because you already know that's a double-edged sword. Like, it's like you hype yourself up too much and then you read it and it's like you made ideas up in your head about what it would be and then it doesn't go that well. So I feel like I need to read it soon. I need to buy a copy of The Everlasting. Haven't seen a copy here yet. No, hopefully you see one soon so that you can get a hold of it. Hello from Romania. Sprints at different times for all the time zones. It is 3:26 for me, which is great. I always have to translate. I'm like, I see 16. I'm like, -2, Mel. Oh, wait. That's 4. Did I say 3? That's 4. 4:26. Oh, I totally forgot these were happening this early. I was about to say, fuck it and go home. You might have saved my productivity levels. I am very happy to comply. Reading for human use, and I'm at 64% of the way through. Loving it, really. The drama, the use of corpses to talk about the taboo, and issues that dating, living with corpses could bring. Oh, that's fascinating. Maybe I need to get myself a copy. I'll wait till you finish it. But This sounds promising. Also, hello, Fatima. I am planning to take a day to reread all of the Heartstopper volumes before the new one is released. Plus, it's fitting with Pride Month. I didn't realize, actually. I hadn't, like, fully come to realize that the last volume is coming out during Pride. Is it coming out in June or July? I think you mean the reread. It's okay. You know what? It's a cuspy baby. It's okay. We'll be hopefully hopping back on after I arrive to my destination. I am doing a combo of working, studying. I want to read so bad. Did my mouse just turn off? Hold up, guys. I think my mouse died. Oh my God, there's a lot of cat hair in here. I think I need to switch the battery on this one. All right, something to do. Well, actually, I need to fetch the battery right now because otherwise we can't start the sprint. Now that I think about it, I'm like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Let me go. There's a lot of cat hair in here. Dear God. Quite bad. Anyways, let me fetch another battery because this one's dead. And we need to be able to sprint. And for that, we need the mouse. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back with you. I'll be back. All right. I am here. We have got a new battery. Which way's which? You hate to see me put a battery in because I'm always very confused. Okay, there we go. It's working again. Anyways, yes, I'm doing a combo of studying and working. I want to read so bad, but I feel guilty whenever I waste my spare time on anything but studying these days. This has become my entire personality at this point. Listen, hopefully some reading can ensue. Fingers crossed, maybe. There is no need to feel guilty. Just like you're working super hard on all the studying, you need your downtime too. The question about, oh, what time it is in America? All the times. I mean, for some people, it's like 6:36. For others, it's 8:36. For others, it's 9:36. And that's not even counting all of the other time zones. How many are there, actually, in the US alone? I feel like there's quite a bit. That I know of, there's like 5, I think. There's probably more than that. Anyways, we drove to Niagara Falls and my whole body is sore, but everybody loves the trip. I'm so happy to hear that. Manifesting for me too. I need a new job ASAP. Oh, hell yeah, Emma. I did not know we were in the business for a new job. But sprinkle, sprinkle, absolutely. Sending some your way too, so that we can get a new job. It's coming out the 2nd of July. There we go. You know, it's a cuspy. I feel like that counts. 2nd of July, might as well be a Pride baby, you know? See y'all in about an hour and a half-ish. We will be here. I made a sprint. It's almost midnight for me. I swear to God, guys, we can't win. Why must all different parts of the world be in different time zones? If we were doing so well and then midnight showed up here. I have to assume you're probably in Australia, Sarah. Maybe. Or maybe you're somewhere else. Could also be. I get to run the book fair for a bit this morning. Gonna see what I can swipe. Hell yeah, do a report back on all the findings. And then there are European time zones, which are also probably a ton. Again, time zones are a concept. Raquel, was that to me or my twin? You know what? I would say she's probably saying hi to all the Fatimas. Absolutely. Yes, except Europe is not in the Americas. Also true. I know geography. Is this where I tell my super crazy joke? It's not crazy. I know geography. I'm not from the US. Haha. Is that where I pull that one out? It feels like a proper time to say that. I did go to school. How long do you think we'll be sprinting for today? We will be sprinting for, we started at 8:05, so we'll be hopping off at like 12:30. So we'll be here for a total of like 4.5 hours. Whatever that amounts to for your time zone. I've been applying for so many jobs the last 2 weeks and haven't heard back from any of them. Exactly, because you need the Citadel's blessing. In fact, you just got it and you will hear back next week. Cha-ching. Absolutely. Finished putting the soup to boil. I made a huge patch so my parents have food when they get back from their road trip to Italy tomorrow. I wish everyone applying for jobs all the luck. Everybody will hear within the week. I'm confident about that. US time zones are very confusing to me. I always forget it's taking up most of the continent. So fair, but still. Midnight for me if they are at 6 p.m. Scotland, and girl needs her sleep. We were bold with that road trip. We left Tuesday and got back last night. It does sound like a great time though. Hello, little teapot. Going to join the sprints to make some progress on When the Moon Hatched, which is a reread before I dive into book 2. Fun. I'm going in a meeting. Save me. It's gonna go so well. It's gonna go well. I meant the regular time of the sprints. Oh, there we go. It is at 12 a.m. in the UK. I thought it was 12 a.m. for you right now. I was like, Sarah, what are we doing? That makes more sense though. Anyways, yes, we should start the first sprint, huh? That way I can also jot down all this footage. Oh wait, I already did? You guys, I'm crazy. Apparently I already did that. Okay, I need to jot just one more thing down. And now I just need an update. All right. Beautiful. Stunning. Gorgeous. Gorgina. We can start the first sprint. And thank you, Nightbot, for putting the chat rules in the chat. Appreciate it the mostest. Going to my grandma to make, apple pie, and she's going to make macaroni. Hopefully all of the things are very delicious. It sounds like a good time. Going to order a coffee, guys. I feel like I need it. Fatima's trip was basically the Oregon Trail, for those of you old enough for the reference. I fear I might not be American enough to know what this is referencing. Oh my goodness. Have a good day, everyone. You too, Candace. Hopefully work today goes really well. Nightbot always has perfect timing when you say, damn, I'm telling you, we're in tune. Him and I were besties. Sometimes he likes to hide from me, but most of the time we get along quite well. God, why don't they have oat milk? This is stressing me out. The typical coffee shop that I would order from apparently doesn't have oat milk. It's like sold out. I don't know what to say, guys. So I'm gonna have to order from their other spot, which takes so long to ship out. The last time I ordered coffee from this branch, it literally took them like an hour to dispatch my coffee, which you wouldn't think would be the case, but that's exactly what happened. But I can hold out hope that it'll go better today. So that's what we're doing. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Coffee has been ordered. I always join your Monday nights and game nights at 12 a.m. It's become so normal for me that I can see why it's a problem. But you know what, Fatima? You're my favorite problem. Love that we're on a train. I know, right? It's so cute. Wait, Mel, didn't you read Tomorrow, and Tomorrow? Nope. It's that game. Oh, it's that game from the book. No. I tried to read that book many years ago. God dang it. It's been like 4 years. I tried to read it twice and then I never finished it. And then I unhauled it. So no, I didn't read it. Oh, you should order and then call them to say what? Hurry up and give me my coffee. That's a little much. It was a 19 or 20 hour trip, not including stops and overnight stays. You guys are brave. If I had to drive for that long anywhere, I feel like I'd be ripping my hair out. Also, I do have to say, this is like the insane thing where I go, you can't really drive anywhere here for that long. So I feel like that's always quite baffling. Well, we're not promoting her anymore. Exactly. But yeah, I never finished it. So I got no idea. The Oregon Trail, don't know what that is, unfortunately. Anyways, I hope that Fatima got some good rest though after she came back home, because that sounds like a lot. We can start the first sprint. Coffee has been ordered, thing has been done, and now I get to read. Well, actually, I should probably update the vlog now that I think about it. Let me be a responsible content creator. Let me update the vlog, and then we shall, well, I shall read. there's that. Those are the updates. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, happy reading, happy productivity. If I could click on the thing, that would be great. There we go. We are not okay. I did not get rest, Fatima. We need to like factory reset Fatima. What's going on? I expect my coffee to be in my hands in a reasonable time. Could you imagine? They would spit in my coffee. I know they would. Hello, everybody. How did you guys do? I swear to God, every time I have my AirPods on, it's like I can't hear my own thoughts. I don't know if I'm the only one, but whenever I'm speaking, it's like I need to have both of them out of my ears. Anyways, how did you guys do? Would love to know. Put my hair up because it was bothering me. Okay, I think it's a hair up kind of day. Unfortunately for me, it's okay. And I got to chapter 4 of Agnes O'Bert, which means I got to page 25. Yes. And I do have a coffee with me now, which is wonderful. It didn't take too long to ship out, thankfully. I also cried. I did not expect to cry with this book, like, at all or this early on. And there was something that made me cry. So I cried a little bit. I did. I can't lie. So that was my sprint. Would love to know how you guys did. Hello, Ren, listening to Fable for the End of the World by Ava Reed. Checking in early since I'll be doing dishes, but I managed to tidy the living room, fold 3 loads of laundry and 1 load of dishes. That's super productive, Sam. Love it. It went well. I got here late, so I read 7 pages of, oh my God, On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. I hope you're ready to cry, Maria. 1, 2, good morning. Welcome in. Finished about 10% of this arc. It's so cute. Doing some client notes before my first meeting. My brain is feeling super scattered today. I felt that, Dana. After feeling super focused yesterday, I feel a little, but it's okay. I think between the coffee and isolating all other noise and just listening to my piano music, I think it should help. But yeah, that sounds like the vibe. Unfortunately for us. Wrote some patient notes and I got 63% into my ALC. The sun turned into rain and it's become so cozy for reading. Oh my God, I wish it started raining over here. It honestly rained so heavily yesterday though that I don't know that any rain will ensue today. The sky might be out of rain for the time being. I can only hope that it rains at some point. Got to page 177 of Yesteryear. Didn't read this sprint, just ate dinner, but I hope to make progress in The Score by L. Kennedy in the next sprint. Finished chapter 4 book notes for one of my classes and got all of the true-false questions at the beginning of the chapter, which makes me very happy. Sorry, there's a horde of trucks going by and they're being very loud. Walked in during that sprint but managed to finish Hide the Witches. How did we feel about it? Read 19 pages. I still need to get to Agnes. You guys, what's going on? Agnes O'Bert. I loved the Emily Wilde series by her. This is my first foray into Heather Fawcett, so we'll see how this goes. So far, it's good though. I'm really enjoying it. And I have to say, as somebody who's tried to read Emily Wilde twice now, and I haven't gotten very far in, to be honest, but I like the writing in this a lot. I feel like it's easier to snap into from the jump. But maybe that's just me. But I'm enjoying it so far. Finished chapter 14 of Dragonfly in Amber. Didn't do any laundry, painted my nails instead. But I did water my plants, still alive, if somewhat struggling. At least they're alive though. You can nurse them back to health. It'll be okay. Filmed vlog updates for, oh my God, I also did that. I also filmed a vlog update. Very productive. For Rites of the Starling, and I'm now getting ready to go to my grandma's house. There's a huge water issue in Puerto Rico right now, and she's the only one in my family, that has water. Hopefully, we get all the things done then while we're over there. Made it from page 50 to 127. Got some notes taken down and organized. Nearly halfway through, and instead of crying, I just put the book down and looked at the wall until I can continue reading again. Also sounds like something the book would do. It does. Trying to get my brain to turn on for work. I believe in you, Kayla. You can do it. This sprint was a roller coaster at work for sure. Did a whole bunch of things, and I am now in a meeting, which I somehow got called into. Hopefully, it's not a meeting that could have been an email, because that would not be great. Of this bullshit water problem that has water. Of this bullshit water problem. I'm not sure if there was a comment in the middle of this. However, hopefully the water issue gets resolved. Finished my shift while reading Madonna in a fur coat. Working right now, but I am over halfway through Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. If you can share, I'm curious what made you DNF. The shifting timelines were not my favorite. And there was also a character, I can't remember, I think it was Alice, I'm pretty sure is what she was called, that I didn't particularly love. But mostly it was just like the shifting timelines that were a little difficult for me to I guess, like, care enough for all of them. It just felt a little, I don't know what word to put to it, but it just didn't feel equally as interesting to me. Like, I much rather have read the one that was happening in the past, but the girly pop, again, I'm pretty sure her name was Alice, but the one in the present that was in college, oh, I really didn't like her chapters. But everything that was happening, like, I was gonna say ancient times. I mean, kind of. I feel like that was more interesting to me, but also I guess the whole in conversation with interview with a vampire thing didn't click for me as well as I thought that it would have. So that in all would have done it for me. But I also didn't get that far into it. Like, how much of this book did I read? I feel like it probably was about 20%, not more than that. So I DNF'd it pretty early on, which, you know, might have been a disservice, but I feel like V.E. Schwab books for me tend to be very much like that. It's like very hit or miss. Like, some I really enjoy, others I don't. It's just very up and down, unfortunately. Hello from Italy. Hello, Antonella. Got to page 91 in A Far Wilder Magic, so didn't read as much as I wanted, but I did get coffee, which helps. Listen, you and I both. I read multiple chapters of this fic I am thoroughly enjoying. I didn't do anything else. Might look at my to-do list and make sure I'm not forgetting anything I have to do today on my way home from work, but I still have to go to the post office and send a parcel. Hopefully that goes well. We'll still be here. I got through a few emails and started developing a training plan for an internal transfer that's starting today. Very nice. I totally agree. Alice's POV was really dragging. And why so many flashbacks that don't pertain to her actual timeline? Yeah, from what I read, it was very, very silenced by the universe. I don't know why, but my microphone just stopped working there for a second. Anyways, had to had to do the thing. I don't know what happened. I didn't even touch it, and then suddenly I saw the audio length and it was just not working. Anyways, I don't even know what you guys heard last. Anyways, I think it was the Alice comment. I could be wrong. Anyways, yes, so the Alice POV, that it was really dragging and why so many flashbacks. I remember there being an issue within her chapters that I was like, oh, I really don't like that. But it was like a structural and writing choice that I couldn't just like snap into. It might have been the flashbacks, but I can't remember what exactly it was. But I remember there being something that I was like, what are we doing? Victoria, what are we doing? And I was just like so mad about like the writing choices being made specifically in Alice's chapters. But I read this so long ago. This was like a year ago, I feel. I can't remember now. All I know is Alice was a pain in my butt. I didn't really like her. Oh my God, YouTube just deleted my messages about the water issue in PR. Even YouTube is silencing us. I guess there was something missing because I was like, the water problem. I was like, what do you mean? I mean, yeah, it is a problem, but it seems like there was something else. I don't know what it was. Not OBS silencing her. It was my microphone. I don't know what happened because it wasn't even like showing up on OBS. It's the second time in a week this has happened. I don't know. I love the mic is off again. The mic is also having a Monday. The microphone said it's too early. Oh, the mic has been out to get you recently. It really has been. I think it might be the actual cable. I might need to change it because this is not. I don't know. I literally breathed and it went by. It sounded like a clash noise, then stopped. Oh, that's weird. It shouldn't have done that. The mic strikes again. Bury Our Bones had the same problem as that sequel we read last month. Yes, exactly that. I feel like that sounds about right. What are you reading, Mel? Agnes Obert's Mystical Cat Shelter. But yeah, that sounds about right, which is interesting. But I think there was like too much going on in the book. And I also I remember having a gripe with the book doing nothing new. Like, it just felt like it was recycling the concept of like specifically Interview with a Vampire. And I don't think I ever got to the part in which it was in conversation with Interview with a Vampire, which I know was like a huge selling point for V.E. Schwab. But it just felt more of like the same, like typical vampirical structure. Oh, the sprint started too. Damn, let me pause that. Um, anyways, yes, it just felt like more of the same where I was like, if you're going to like bring in some commentary about, like cycles of abuse, specifically through the lens of like a sapphic relationship and vampirism, which I think would have been really interesting to explore. At least let's do it in like a nuanced and also refreshing, like new take. And I was a little bit frustrated that it was just, I guess, still within the norm of what you could expect from that type of book, which was not my cup of tea. Not me being behind on the live, girl. I don't know what YouTube is doing. My USB sockets break so much at work, then the next day they're working. I know, I feel like it's the same thing with this thing, but honestly, this cable specifically, I do have a backup one, so I might need to change it for the next time that we stream. This one is like kind of flimsy at the back, which is why like sometimes it connects and disconnects, and it's the one that came with the microphone, so I don't know what that's about. I don't know what it's doing, but I do have another one that I might need to try out, see if that works out a little bit better. Oli Oli, I am back, read to 77% on for human use. The drama, the amount of legal jargon is making me dizzy. Oh, I'm so curious to see why there's legal jargon in there. Probably because of the dating app, maybe, perhaps. What sequel did you all read? The Strength of the Few by James Islington. It very much felt like Interview with a Vampire at times. Yes. I really didn't like Bury Our Bones, so much so that it put me off V. Schwab for the foreseeable future. And I will say, like, to vouch for V. Schwab, I think all of their books are very different. So if you go from Vicious to Addie to then Bury, it's all quite distinct. And then if you go into A Darker Shade of Magic, it's very different. And then if you go into Gallant, it's very different. So I do think like V. Schwab is very good at making sure that each book feels very much its own without it feeling like the same writing tone, I guess. And structurally too, like they're all very different. Like she does make very different choices book to book. So if you didn't enjoy Bury Our Bones, I don't think it's an indication that you won't enjoy their other work, because you might go into Addie and then figure out you love it, and then you might go into Vicious and go, oh my god, it's one of the best things I've ever read. Because I know for me, I didn't enjoy Bury Our Bones, I didn't enjoy A Darker Shade of Magic, but I loved Addie LaRue and Vicious. So, I think it just depends on what you tend to like in books or what you're looking for, but I would say they're all very different from each other. But I love her, so I'll be coming back to her, and I do have A Darker Shade of Magic by her, and also Victorious is coming out this year, and I love, love, love Vicious. Felt that. That's exactly why I'm doing a reread this month. I'm very excited about her, because I think once I finish The Everlasting, I might go into Vicious. I feel like that sounds like a good time. And then, depending on how that reread goes, I'm going to have to get myself a copy of Vengeful, because I don't have my copy anymore. I unhauled it in my many unhauls. I was like, I didn't enjoy this one. Chuck it away. Now I kind of wish that I'd kept it, because obviously I'm going to reread to see if I do want to get into Victorious. The cover of it is stunning. So hopefully I will, because I do think it was just me. I think it was me at the time. And I did listen to the audio, and I remember not particularly enjoying the narration. All of those things can affect the book's outcome, enjoyment-wise. So hopefully this go around, it'll be better for me. Schwab has range, that's too true. I haven't read Bury Our Bones or Addie, but I have read the others by her. Totally unrelated. There's a spider in my room. Ooh, hopefully you can take care of that. Whether it's murder or something else. I actually loved Addie and Vicious by her. Really didn't like Vengeful though. I'm curious to see how I'll feel about Vengeful in a reread, because I feel if I reread it physically, it'll maybe go better. But I also think Vengeful is also kind of like very similar to Strength. It does have like that sequel thing. Same with Starsight by Brandon Sanderson, where you just follow different characters. So that might be the reason why it also didn't feel much of the same going from the first into the second book. But we'll see. You never know. Let us know when you read Vengeful, because I need to read that one. Definitely will. My DSPOV feels more like Addie LaRue, since she's in the 1500s and traveling through Europe over different decades. I do think that's probably the closest comparison, because I know a lot of people were saying like, oh, if you liked Addie LaRue, then you'll really enjoy Bury Our Bones. that was not my case. But I can see why people made that point of comparison because of Maria and because of a lot of the things that she was going through in choosing and forging her own path versus following the very normative route. I do think it was very Conti whose name she took and all the things that she did. Again, that POV was really working for me. And I think if the book would have been solely about Maria's story, and you could still include like all of the other elements that, you know, thematically V.E. Schwab wanted to explore without having to jump so much between POVs, I still think the story would have been very successful. I think I would have liked it better if it was just Maria, because Alice was just something else. I might do a Vicious reread as well. Listen, I'll let you know when I start it. Maybe we could read it together. Haven't read anything V.E. Schwab despite having Fragile Threads and Gallant on my TBR for years. Isn't Fragile Threads... Well, I actually don't know if you need to read A Darker Shade of Magic before reading Fragile, but isn't that like a spin-off to Darker Shades or a continuation? Darker Shades is one of my favorite series ever, but everything else of hers is very intimidating, but I do have Vicious and Vengeful on my shelves. I read Addie and loved it, but I'm scared to get into any of their other books. Yeah, again, it's very different. I would say if you got into Vicious, I feel like you probably stand a good chance of enjoying that. I feel like it's one of those books where it's like widely recognized as one of their best works. V. Schwab, I read one of her middle school books and really liked it. And I know a lot of people, it's funny because I feel like a lot of people have read her middle grade stuff, but not her adult stuff. What is it called? Something Ghosts? Why am I think City of Ghosts. That might not be the title. Something of Ghosts. Something Ghosts. I can't remember. But I know a lot of people also really enjoyed that. Wait, Addie LaRue is VE? Then I read one. Totally forgot about that one. Yes, Addie LaRue is VE Schwab. It for sure helps to have read Darker Shades. Okay, before Fragile Threads. Fragile is a spin-off to Darker Shades. Same. Not sure if you need backstory on them for it to work. Okay, I guess based on what Shea said, maybe like the added context is nice. It's not necessary, but it's nice. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I've heard really great things about it. I never got around to reading it. Middle grade has never really been like my ballpark. Like I've read it occasionally, but I've heard a lot of people say really great things about that. Yeah, and Tunnel of Bones. I have no idea. It was from a subscription. You know what? At least you have it, and hopefully it goes well. I've actually heard quite a lot of good things about Fragile Threads, so hopefully it'll be a good one. Anyways, we can start the next sprint so that I can keep on reading Agnes Obert, because we still haven't been introduced to Havelock, and I need to meet him. Yes, I do. I guess you could read it as a standalone, but most of the Darker Shades characters, oh, are there. Okay, interesting. Bet it shall sit on my shelf for longer then. Oh, I love that. You know what? It'll get read when it feels right, when the time is correct. Darker and Addie were all right for me and hated Gallant. I am staying away from Miss Schwab for now. Also fair, you know? It's the beauty of reading. It's just very personal. Varies per person. I also used to have the Monster duology by her. I heard it's good, but I lost it somewhere in my move. I also did own this Savage Song, and then I unhauled it because it's YA. And I figured maybe not the thing for me. But I was very curious about it, and I've also really heard amazing things about that series. So you never know. You never know. Sil the cat is doing crazy things right now. She's scratching my leg trying to hop up here. Anyways, how did everyone do? I would love to know. I got about 26 pages read of Agnes O'Bert. So some progress was made. We are now officially in the new setting, in the new store, in the new charity shop. So things are moving. Have yet to meet Havelock. So we'll see when that happens. I hope it's like quite an epic moment. I'm excited about it. But good progress so far. Anyway, hello Brandy that I see walked in during that sprint. Just passing by to say hi to everyone and wish a good sprint. Working is being a pain. Should have stayed home. Hopefully Pedro's day is going as well as possible. Hello Black Widow. How long are we here today? I said about like 4.5 to 5 hours would be the sweet spot. They say a song can be a bridge, ma, but I say it's also the ground we stand on, and maybe we sing to keep ourselves from falling. Maybe we sing to keep ourselves. It's such a good book. Dear God, On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous is truly gorgeous. I am working and listening to Night Road by Kristen Hanna. Made it to page 16 in Dragonfly and Amber. I see that Boa read another maybe like 90 something pages. Got another 16% into this book, got to chapter 19, and that's why I'm scared of cats. You know, she does that like lovingly because she's trying to hop up here, like she's stretching, but the claws, I need to trim her nails. Is this where I do another like cat shaming ritual and I trim her nails on stream? Should we attempt? I feel like I could do that. I am now at the office, got so chatty I forgot I was supposed to be working. See, that's exactly how you start out the week, on the good note. There is so little left of the book. I got my notes finished, then finished chapter 24 of Red Queen. About 2 minutes before the timer finished, time to make lunch. I ate breakfast, updated Goodreads, read 40 pages of And Now Back to You. It started off strong. Now that you say that, actually, I need to mark. I'm pretty sure I already marked Dungeon Crawler as finished. I think I did that yesterday. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Okay, no. We're good. But Agnes O'Bert, though, needs to be marked as currently reading. Because I have not done that. Which also reminds me, I need to update my Notion. Because I have not done that either. And I did... Ooh, Cat is back. Sil, you know what it means for you to be back? I did mention trimming your nails. And it might just happen right here, right now, girly Bob. Exactly. I think it's raining. Is it raining? I think it's raining, but I can't tell. I can't tell. You guys, she scratched the shit out of me with her Sharpa's claws lovingly. I swear I am not being held hostage. Is it raining? I can't tell. I can't tell if it's the AC or if it's actually raining. No, it's just cloudy. I hope it starts raining. A girl can only hope. All right, let's see. Let me mark Dungeon Crawler as finished on my Notion. So this has been read, and now where is my physical TBR? Nope. Where is it? Physical TBR. Here it is. Now, Agnes O'Bert, which should be somewhere around here. Can I find... Do I not have it on Ocean? Do I need to add this? Oh, wait. Oh, this might be the book that was missing. Oh, no. I have it. It's here. Currently reading. Okay, beautiful. It sounds like it's raining. It's tripping me up. Anyways, I managed to get about 23 slides of notes completed. I made it to 83% of For Human Use. Might finish it today. Stuck at the airport waiting for my ride. Wish I brought a different physical book instead of this current read. Oh, well, started doing my laundry, but then switched to reading Heartstopper. Started Metal Slinger and read 43 pages. This will definitely be at least a 4-star. That's really good. Got 11% read of Coffin Moon, currently 33%. Great intro to this subgenre. It might be. I'm working and listening to The Way of Kings. It's my first time reading this book. Fun. Yes, Kitty Claus. Is she still here? I think she's evacuated the office. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring the... Oh, she's back. I summoned her. I'm going to bring... the, what's it called? The nail trimmer. Is that what it's called? The nail clipper? BRB. Gonna fetch her. All right, I am back. I have got the goods with me. Whichever cat approaches first will get her nails trimmed. ¿Qué pacho? ¿Quién quiere? You want it? It's Sil. How did you end up liking Crawler Carl? I gave it 4 stars. It was really good. Some tiny details I didn't love the most, but overall, not too shabby. Ven, sube. Come on. You wanna come up? You wanna come up? Eso, mi vida. She's up. A ver, venga. Vamos a cortarle las uñitas al gato. Porque están muy largas, mi vida. She knows what's coming. Espérate, mírame. Mírame. Tranquila. Tranquila. ¿Ok? Vamos a cortarte las uñitas. Porque están un poquito largas, mi amor. And you keep clawing at me. Mira esto, hija. And it's just a little too much for my personal taste. Calma. Calma, mi amor. Mira esto. Esta está muy larga, mi vida. Sí, mi amor. I know it's uncomfy. I know you don't like the sound of it. I know it can't be the best. Espérate. Calma. Mira, ya no vamos a cortarte esta patita de acá and it'll be done. ¿Te parece? Mira qué lindo se porta este gatito. Eso, mi cielo. Espérate. No me contraigas la patita. A ver, ¿dónde está el sobachito? Dame la patita. No te me pongas dura. Ya, mi amor. No. ¿Qué pasó con este gatito? A ver, dame la patita. You guys. Still looking at us to save her. Not the trap and the cackle too. Ok, espérate, mi cielo. Calma. Ya nada más faltan 2. Era mentira, faltan 3. I'm like a personal trainer. I'm like, give me 2. And then I count to 5. A ver. Mira esta está súper larga, mi amor. Ok, ahora nos falta una. Solamente falta una, mi cielo. Quédate quieta. Espérate que no veo. Te portaste muy bien, mi cielo. Right above. There you go. All right. Cat's nails have been trimmed. We did what we could. All right. Where am I in this chat? I got distracted. It was a little side quest, you guys. I forgot I was supposed to be working, so I went outside and hung up a solar sail because it's already 84 Fahrenheit and we haven't hit the high yet. That's crazy. There's a lawyer on the other side of this deal that keeps signing emails respectfully, and I cackle every time. So I wonder if when they don't put respectfully, if they send the email disrespectfully, that it needs the clarification. Handwriting all of my notes has my hand in so much pain right now. Oh no, Lily. Maybe it needs a break. Maybe that's what it's needed. It's going well. I'm feeling sneaky listening to the stream while being in the office. I just finished my meeting. I am technically supposed to add in 1 more hour before leaving the office, but I fear I need to go now because I'm getting anxiety whenever I see someone approaching my office. Then it's time to go home, bestie. Makes me think of Respectfully Justin, which was a time back in the day. Like, am I being insulted? It's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anybody sign off their emails with respectfully. Like, that just sounds a little passive aggressive. I not too long ago just came out of a meeting, so I've started back working and I'm listening, watching a playthrough while I wait for lunch so I can eat. I got back from walking my dog 5 minutes after the sprint started. I spent the rest of the sprint searching how to contact ASDA because I missed a call and I applied for a job there yesterday. Ooh, that might be ASTA and not ASDA, but hopefully you can get in contact with them. Icelandic weather is so weird. Sunny, then raining, and then back to sunny. Sounds about similar to how it is over here. Swings back and forth quite drastically. Going to join the next sprint while I eat lunch. Look at her sitting there calmly. Couldn't be my cat. We'd be on our way to war at this point. My cat always attacks the clippers and therefore my hands. Yeah, no, mine just want to like leave. I don't know if it's the pressure of the clipper or if it's the sound of it, but she just wants to leave. Like she'll never attack or like knock it off my hands. She'll just flee. And then I just, like I lock her in and I'm like, give me your claw. And then I trim it. I was in a work call and nearly missed the break. Welcome back, Jessie. I am now going to start the sprint and then trim Vin's nails. We got to make sure that both cats are covered. Yes, we do. We'll see how that goes. to say, this microphone is on a roll today because it disconnected again. Anyways, how did you guys do? I read another 30 pages of Agnes O'Bert's. So I do think I'm going to get to page 100 during this next sprint, which will be very nice. I just met half log for the first time. So I do think the story is going to progressively, hopefully maybe, get more exciting now that we have met the man. The run I had to make to catch the strain as an asthmatic was wild. This girl is indeed on fire. My chest is a whole other separate organism right now. Oh my god, Fatima, hopefully you've made it home safely by now, though. Or will soon get home safely. Oh my goodness. Finished Survive the Night, started the Red Palace, read 11 pages of that, finished up. I have a cat hair in my mouth. I can feel it. Where is it? I think I found it. Oh my god. There we go. It's out of my mouth now. Anyways, finished up with a patient and finished my ALC. Very nice. All good. Went through more heartbreak with this book. Sounds about right. Another 14%. Today's plan. Get on Mel Sprints to make HR... Oh, I think I know this. HRCYED. Why do I feel like I know what this is? I feel like I know what this is in some way, somehow. Like I can't place it. Actual doings. Everything else, I did absolutely nothing. Walked to a cafe, had lunch, and reached 50% of yesteryear. This whole stream is just going to be me further convincing Raquel that she hates cats, huh? In the next sprint, I might be starting a new book because I am that close to finishing. A friend came by before... Whoa, my brain is doing weird things. Came by for a quick chat, and after I just read fanfics. Haven't read, was busy. Oh, hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. I indeed know what that is. Yes, vaguely, but I've heard of this before. Haven't read, was busy chatting to Hobie, who managed to slice not the very tip of his thumb off at work. And cooking dinner. Need to actually read soon. Hopefully he's okay. How long are we sprinting for? We have one more sprint left. That sounds about right. One more, and then we'll be hopping off for the day. Because we have got other things that we need to do. But, yeah, you know, I might give this to Raquel, because my clothes are full of cat hair now. Like, all over. It's actually quite bad. This just like convinced me that the cats need a good brushing because the shed is extra bad. Dear God, how much cat hair do I have on the sleeve? There's too much, you guys. There's too much. Like I keep shaking it and I keep seeing cat hair all around. I fear it's quite bad for me. Raquel has cat lover energy. I feel like she'd be the type to complain about a cat and then accept a cat on her lap for the entirety of a hangout. And just be like the cutest like cat auntie. I feel like she would. I feel like in spirit she would adopt a friend's cat and be like the cat's favorite. Just read 3 more chapters. I should have this book finished in the next sprint. Me, I want to catch a sprint and read. Also me, haven't read a single page so far, but I hope to fix that. Cats are the only thing, I'm truly allergic to. Oh, I didn't know that. Cat's an unruly Taurus. I very much have black cat energy. You know, I don't think any of us need a confirmation of that. I think we know. But I'm glad that you're aware. Raquel gives cat auntie right. Like, I have friends, most of my friends, who, well, actually, no, that's a lie. Most of my friends do have cats. But the ones that don't, they're like, that's my goddaughter. That is indeed my niece. And I love her so much. I'll borrow her for a couple hours while I'm there, and then I'm gone. I feel like that's the energy that Raquel was giving. But now knowing that she's allergic, I don't want to kill her. Have about an hour to get home, and I was planning to do more studying, but scratch that. I'm going to read. I deserve it. Yes, you do. You deserve a little break. Yes, you do. That's because we'll ignore each other. And you know what? That's the exact type of person cats love best. One of my friends is allergic to cats too. She comes over and she's like, "Oh, hi," from afar. She is truly the only person my cats have ever tried to get on her lap to lay down on. Nobody else. I'm convinced it's because she's like standoffish around them. So I feel like that sounds about right. Yes, they are babies. I got one set of notes finished and then filled my water bottle and grabbed lunch. And I hate most dog owners in New York because no sense of decorum. That also sounds fair. But I also feel like dog owners, generally speaking, at least the ones that I know, I feel like most of the time it tends to be that. Unfortunately, there's like very few people I know that actually like, you know, have tamed the beasts and that actually have like a sense of decorum themselves. The cat auntie who will act like she's reluctant about holding your cat but is secretly loving it, well, other than the minuscule detail of her being allergic, of course, naturally. I think it's a canonic event. My friends' pets are my nieces and nephews, also naturally. I felt that very much. That's exactly how I am with my friends' pets. Just one more email, a 50-kilometer trip home, and I am free. Although I was at work and wasn't able to read, the sprint schedule was fun. Are you repeating it next week? I don't think next week. I think next week I'm going to go back to evening, but I might alternate depending on how we're feeling. So I might do like one in the evening, one in the morning, one evening, one morning, so on and so forth. And we go from there. It feels a little weird. I still feel, and I think it's just the overall fatigue of the last week, because last week was quite exhausting, but I'm feeling like thrown off by the schedule in the morning. I'm like, ooh, sprinting publicly in the morning is interesting. I mean, not bad, but like not used to it for sure. Yesterday, I went to a restaurant with my mom and watched a woman put the bowl she ate out of down on the ground for her dog to lick clean. Oh my God, wait, what was it I saw? Right, I saw a video and I can't remember what the girl was eating, but she basically gave it to her dog for her dog to take a bite and then she kept eating from that same thing. I'm like, girl, just break off a piece and give it to the dog. Like, I just think that's nasty. There's like levels and then there's levels. And I think that's too much. Catching strays here as, as an owner of 3 dogs. Well, do you have decorum, Rita? Because if you do, I don't think you have anything to worry about. My pup is very behaved with everyone but me. I put her in training from the beginning, which is great. Because I would argue most people tend to not do that. And then I guess it's like the same logic as people that go like, oh, you let your cat do anything. And it's like you let your dog do everything. My mom is one of those people. I love her the most, but she's one of those people that never really trained her dogs. So her dogs, I mean, I love them in spirit, but oh my God, they're the type to like bark at everything, bark at everybody. Again, no sense of like decorum or manners whatsoever. And that, I always say it in Spanish, like me desespera, makes me desperate to like not be around. So for me, I think it's just, it depends on the person, it depends on the dog. But I feel like a dog needs to be very chill for me to even be willing to like be around a dog. Like I don't mind dogs. I grew up with dogs. I think there's something there that I'm like, make sure that your pet behaves, please and thanks, because otherwise we're not doing that. I put hundreds of dollars into training my dog because boy was a nut and I couldn't have him acting out in public. Dogs are insane. People do need to realize that before getting one. Exactly. I agree with that. As someone who has both a cat and a dog, I can confidently say our dog is psychotic. I'm joining anytime, but alternating sounds like a fun idea. The madness of it all was that the waitress at the restaurant had the audacity to tell me no laptops were allowed on Sundays. Wait, so they police when people can come in with laptops? Is this like a self-care cafe? Like, why are we banning laptops on Sundays specifically? When it was just me, my mom, and the dog people sitting outside, I trust that Raquel will have an insane story at hand. Always. I can trust her. I tried to only give my corgi people food in her bowl. I dared them to tell me again to put my laptop away after I told them they needed to throw the bowl away. I think that's crazy. I think it's mostly little dog owners that have no control over their dogs. You'd be surprised. I feel like it's a good mix of everything, but mostly like medium to smaller dogs for sure. Are you playing Jumanji, Raquel? That's crazy. Nala also is scared of most people, so she is always so calm around them. Put me next to any dog other than a Chihuahua, honestly. I hate stupid rules like these. Like, what do you mean no laptop on Sundays? That also just makes no sense. Like, why no laptops on a Sunday? Like, are you turning off your Wi-Fi on a Sunday? Like, I don't get it. Also, that's weird. That's just weird. I don't know. Or maybe they do it so that people don't stay for a long amount of time, because typically people who take up office at a cafe, they're maybe like not consuming as much. They're like drinking a coffee, maybe having a pastry, and then they stay for a couple hours. Maybe they're trying to prevent that on a Sunday because it's a heavy day and they're just like full. Maybe. I feel like that's the only thing I can come up with as to why there's a laptop ban on Sundays. Can't say I've ever seen that. I also hate dog owners that are New York transplants because they're bringing their dogs places that dogs historically have been banned. Like, oh yeah, I have seen the subway thing with people complaining like, oh, people treated me wrong because I took my dog on a subway. And I'm like, well, I guess I could see it both ways where it's like, oh, with it being the biggest mean of transportation in New York, where else would you, like, what do you do if you can't take a pet on a subway when you're going to like the vet or something? But that's also like if you're taking your pet on a carrier, if they're not like free roaming. But I don't know, because I feel like that would also be annoying, because it's also that thing where it's, I don't think that's a place that I would associate with taking a pet. But at the same time, I guess you could take a cab, maybe, or you walk. That's interesting. Anyways, dogs need to be, yeah, on a carrier if on the train. As someone who has a big, crazy dog, I lost the comment. Wait, I think it's a mix. The smaller dogs are just easier to bring out in the wild. She's incredibly clingy, which I love, but can sometimes go wild, which I do not love. She's a Shih Tzu. I also hate people that swear they can't control their children. A, where did you get the audacity to not parent unless you're a special needs parent? And B, parents of color usually don't get that luxury. Also fact. If you can afford a bred dog in New York, you can afford a cat. That's also very true. Which I would argue, like, it's still something that surprises me, because I think even here, you would expect people to adopt pets more often, but the amount of people still specifically buying dogs is quite baffling to me. I feel like cats, unless you want like a very specific breed, like that's still the type of thing where most people I know adopt cats. But dogs, surprisingly in this economy, are still being bought, which I think is crazy. Because why am I paying over $1,000 for an inbred dog? Because you already know how it works. It's wild. Anyways, I feel like so many people with smaller dogs don't train them properly, if at all. Agreed. I adore dogs. I have one and he's my best friend in the whole world. No, but I agree with that. I feel like most people think they can grab like a small to medium sized dog and then just chuck it in a purse, go out, and then just hope that it all works out, which is like the opposite of what it should be, because typically smaller dogs feel very threatened with just about anything. So I feel like those ones, from what I see, are the ones that need the most training. Haven't seen dogs for the past 30 years on the subway. People have been figuring it out. Now your fake therapy dog needs a real therapy dog. Oh, that's crazy. I just reached back. What are we talking about? Pets. I have a Chihuahua, but I looked out with him being super laid back. I definitely understand the stereotype of them, though. Yeah, they're unruly creatures, the ones that I have seen. All bark, no bite, but just generally really loud for such a tiny body, which is something that most people would say about me too, so I guess I can understand it. That said, I'm also only seeing dogs on the subway in neighborhoods where median rent is $4K a month. Interesting. Exactly, most of the time they end up with health complications. Some people want the breed for the look, but know nothing about what the actual need of the breed is. Agreed with that for sure. Because also at that point, like, if you're looking to purchase a dog that's like super expensive, and it's a massive dog too, because I would argue most of the bigger breeds tend to be bred, in like their little farms or whatever. It's like at that point, you might as well feed it what it actually needs to be fed and do like all the fancy things, which they also don't, and they end up being neglectful anyway. So I don't, it's fascinating. The adoption culture is not prevalent here either, sadly. Yeah, it's starting to become more prominent here. I think with cats, again, more than dogs. But I'm starting to see a rise of like rescues and different organizations and different like individuals that are like fostering and cat cafes as well, where you can adopt the cats, which is very nice to see because breeding culture over here was big. I would argue even 10 years ago, it was quite bad. Have a cat, but I really want a dog. See, that's what I thought I would do when I moved. Because I had grown up my entire life with dogs, really loved them. I feel like now that I have cats, the appeal of a dog has lessened with time for me. But when I moved, I was like, oh, I'm really going to adopt a dog. I want to do the thing. I'm going to be a dog mommy, and it's going to be great, and I'm going to have a fantastic time. And then I saw a picture of Vin, and I can't remember how I got there either. Like, I didn't really follow any of the rescues. So I can't remember how I got there, but I found a picture of her and I'm like, yeah, this is the one. So I adopted Vin, and then I figured, oh, when I move, I'm going to go ahead and adopt a dog so I can have a dog and a cat. Because I was like, oh, I've seen the videos and it's like so wholesome when you see like a cat and a dog interact, and it's going to be so nice. And then I adopted a second cat. So the dog dream went out the window. And now that I've like continued to interact with other people's dogs, also with my mom's dogs, I'm like, yeah, I don't want a dog. I am so good. In fact, I don't think I could deal with that. I really don't. No, I don't have the patience for it. Someone who is very allergic to dogs and cats, it was very nice to allow friends to bring their puppy here. But as soon as I said I needed to be a pet-free home again, the audacity was criminal. Oh, well, I have a dog. He's like medium sized. We had two, but he passed away a few years ago. But I really love him, even when he drives me crazy. This one walked into our yard and didn't want to leave. Oh, that's sweet, though. And I'm glad you kind of got distributed a dog. It's kind of like the cat distribution system, but with a dog. I'm glad he found you. I must depart for another work meeting. I won't be back in time for the last chat. Thank you for these morning sprints. I have a great day. I have a great day. You have a great day. We will all have a great day. Absolutely. Chat with you later, Jesse. How did you adopt Sil and Vin? I don't know I ever heard you tell that. It was very random. Like, I don't even remember how I found the picture of Vin. Like, I had not moved yet. I remember seeing, maybe, I can't remember. I'm trying to like track back, but I remember scrolling through this rescue that doesn't even exist anymore. What were they called? I think it was literally called like Paw Rescue. And I was scrolling, and again, my intent was to adopt a dog. And I remember browsing for a dog specifically. And I should still have the flyer, the very first flyer that I saw Vin in, where I was like, oh, it's meant to be. Like, there was just something. I remember seeing the picture, and I was like, yeah, this is my cat. I need to adopt her. This is gonna be mine. It's funny, yeah. Paw Rescue was the thing. And it's funny because her name was literally Kitten. Guys, I literally cannot make this shit up. But this was the flyer I saw. And I was like, oh, that's the cutest cat I've ever seen. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to adopt a cat. So I hit them up. I sent them a message. They sent me a form back, filled everything out. And I told them, I was like, so I'm going to be moving like very soon. So I don't want her right away. Like, I want to make sure that I'm like settled in, that everything's unpacked before I officially get her. Because I don't want to like, I guess, inconvenience the pet by still having everything in boxes or whatever. So we did that. And then stop, that's adorable. And then I found out when we were coordinating the delivery essentially of the cat, because they were going to bring her over. I found out that she was actually rescued I think it was like 2 hours away from the city. So they needed to drive her out. And basically my issue at the time was that I was trying to coordinate the delivery with the person that had rescued her. Because it was like I guess like they posted her in this Instagram account, but somebody else had rescued her. So like somebody else was fostering. It was a whole thing.
and they didn't want to bring her over. Because she was like, oh, like, I know you like already like paid the donation fee, and like you've already like you basically like signed the papers, done the thing, but I've grown so attached to her that like it's gonna be so hard to let go. And I was like, give me my cat. What do you mean you don't want to bring the cat? And then she was like, well, I guess I could do it next week. I'm like, no, we said today. I expect you today. And it was like a whole thing that day with trying to get the girly pop out. And I was like, if you don't get over here, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna get the damned cat. Like, we're not doing this. And so I remember her like messaging me when she was on her way, again on this whole spiel about like how like she loves the cat and like how she's going to be very sad to let her go. She's like such a sweet kitty, and wondering if she could visit like consistently, like if she could come over to my apartment and visit the so sweet that like, you know, you like foster it, and I guess like you form a bond, which is why I could never foster, I don't think, because I think it's going to be hard to let go of the pet afterwards. But I was like, you're not coming into my apartment at least once a week to check up on the cat. Like, it's a sweet thought, but no, I don't even know you. So, yeah. And then I called up my stepdad and I was like, so this person's going to get here. Like, I don't know how this is going to go. He ended up coming over and ended up being here for the delivery just in case anything went awry. So that's the story of how I adopted Vin. And I almost didn't get her because they didn't want to bring her over. So yeah, that was an experience for sure. That was 3 years ago now. And then I remember thinking, I want to adopt a second cat. And I wasn't so sure about it, but I knew that if I wanted to adopt, whether a dog or a cat or whatever, I knew that I wanted and preferably needed to do it when Vin was still pretty young. So I started scrolling like sporadically every once in a while. I found a cat that I really liked. She was like a white tabby, absolutely stunning. Almost looked like a white tiger. Like, she was just stunning. But everybody was gunning for her because, you know, like bright blue eyes, and the actual fur was just so distinct. And I applied. I didn't get her. I was like, well, I guess maybe a second cat isn't in the horizon for me. And then a random day, I click on the same, because that one was a different rescue. And then one day I click on this rescue again. I'm like, oh, let me scroll. And I saw this video. Wait, no, it was this picture of Syl. I saw this picture of her. And I was like, that she's cute. At the time, I didn't know how rare orange tabbies were. Like, I just, you know, it's a cat. I don't know. And I'd never had cats, like, ever. So it was like this, like, carousel of, like, a bunch of, like, different pictures and videos. So there was that one. There was this one. There was this picture as well. And then there was a video. This one. Hold up. This one right here. There was this video. She still behaves like this, by the way. She is still this amount of crazy. Okay, she is still very, very much the same crazy kitten. That is still to this day, 3 years later. Anyway, so I saw that video and I was like, oh, she's so cute. And then they sent over this one. And I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I need this cat. And I was obsessed with her. And she was the complete opposite, where I messaged them and her name originally was Cinnamon. So I was like, oh, is Cinnamon available? Like, I just saw the Instagram post. She's like super cute. And then the rescue was like, yes, she's still available. Let me know if you want her. You've done such a great job with Vin. So like, we can like fill out the paperwork, do whatever, and we can take her to you today. I was like, what do you mean today? And she's like, yeah, we kind of want to get like rid of her ASAP. And I was like, oh, why? I was like, that's so weird. And they literally coordinated the thing for the day off. I had to like go out, get like an extra litter box, like all of the things, kitten food, everything. It was just like wild how like quickly everything happened. And then they brought her over like a couple hours later. And then I figured out why they wanted to get rid of her, because she's fucking crazy. She is indeed, if anybody had any doubts, an orange cat. So there's that. And I also think she was the runt of the litter because she's tiny. Baby girl is super small. She didn't really grow much. I mean, she grew, obviously. Like, she's a like somewhat full-size cat now, but she's smaller than your average cat. So my assumption ever since I got her was that she was the runt of the litter and they didn't want to spay her right away. Vin already came spayed. I adopted Vin when she was like 2 months old, already spayed. Everything was fantastic. Sil, they didn't want to spay right away. There was like something there health wise that they were like not fully convinced if she would make it. I was like, oh, what am I getting myself into? So they just, yeeted the cat my way. I was kind of concerned, but she made it. She's here. Love them both. So she was, again, the complete opposite, where they were like, we'll take her to you right now. Do you want her? Because we'll be there in like an hour. I was like, what do you mean? So it was crazy. Not Sil's former name being Cinnamon. The names were cursed. Sil was Cinnamon and Vin was Kitten. They didn't even try. I've heard orange cats are insane. I want one. And the funniest thing is when I, like did the whole adoption thing, they were like, oh, like it's really rare too. Like she's really rare. And I was like, why? And she was like, like orange cats are like 90 something percent male. Like it's very rare that they come out female. So she's like, I've been rescuing cats. I can't remember how long it had been, like almost 15 years or something. She's like, in that time, I've only ever rescued 3 female orange cats. One I kept, the other one I gave up for adoption, and this is the third one. So it's like super rare. Much like calicos are mostly always female, and they're rarely male. So it's kind of like the opposite. But yeah, so I was like, she's a diva, and she knows it. She knows she's extra special. Cinnamon is a cute name. It is a cute name. But you have an orange cat, and you named her Cinnamon. It's like when you have like what are they called? A bow tie, a tuxedo cat, and you name him Oreo. It's like, wow. Wow. Was it the same rescue? Yes, it was the same rescue. Yes. I understand having an attachment, but you can't expect someone, especially after all the trouble to get Vin in the first place, to allow a stranger into their private space on a regular. Exactly. And I just think it's like also an invasion of privacy. It's like, I can understand the attachment, but also it's like that's what you're signing up for, right? When you're a foster, to essentially give up the pet after a certain time. And if you know you don't want to do that, then just say you're adopting the pet. But don't let it get to a point where somebody else has already done the thing, like I'd already got in all of the things because they sent you like an item list of things that you needed to get. And then they like ask you to like send them a picture, like proof that you bought all the things. I should still have the picture somewhere. Yeah. And they were like, oh, we need like proof that you bought like all the things for the cat. And I'm like, all the things are here. So it's like you go through all that trouble to then say, oh, but I form an attachment. I'm like, well, I don't know about that. I would have raged if someone didn't want to bring my pet. Exactly. Honestly, I get it. Vin is the sweetest little furball ever. It's funny because Vin has now become like the pet standard in my family and for like people in my life. They're like, oh, I want a pet like Vin. So she's honestly like the absolute sweetest. Like, I wish everybody could like feel her energy like in person. It's just so particular. My mom at this point has adopted 2 cats as well, with the hope of getting something with a character like Vin. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. The cat is just particular. She's just special. That's so still of her. The mischievous looks to the camera. Oh, they said, yes, please take the crazy cat from us, literally. I also have an orange female. She showed up in my backyard as a very small kitten. Of course, I had to adopt her. That's so sweet. I have a tuxedo named Sid. He's the best. His name, when we adopted him, was Tarzan because he would climb people. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, no, I think I named my pets like so perfectly, but I named Sil because I knew like I wanted to still keep it like very like monosyllabic and syllabic. Monosyllable. Me thinking in Spanish. Anyways, so I knew I wanted something like very short, and then I figured, oh, we'll just keep up the Sanderson theme. But it was too perfect because she just like from a very like young age, like she's a child. Like she's an actual human. She just perched on my shoulder and it became like a thing. And I was like, damn, Sil perching on the shoulder. It's just what it needs to be. How is your mom doing with the new cat? She's sleep deprived. But you know what? She's adjusting. The cat is lovely. He's a little crazy, but he's made it at this point because I think he should be about 2 months now. For context, my mom ended up adopting a cat that was still or needed still to be like breastfed. So she's been acting like a mother, literally waking up in the middle of the night to give formula to the cat, which has been an interesting development. She was literally handed this cat, by the way, in a state of emergency by the barista of the coffee shop that she frequents. So that was funny. Literally the cat distribution system at its finest. But yeah, she's adjusting, sleep deprived more than anything. But Kitty's cute. I'm like, I should have a video. Hold up. I love that this has turned into a chat about pets and cats. And I wish I could apologize. But I feel like we already know what you get yourselves into when you're here. Let me see. Oh, yeah. This is him. Look at him. He's crazy. He's adorable, too. But he's a male calico. So now she's got, like, the rare breed. But literally, look at him. He's still battling coordination, okay? He's crazy. Look at him. He is literally the sweetest bean. Kittens are something else, dude. I literally love him so much. And then that's the Void. That's her other cat. And they both, which is funny, like I named my cats after Sanderson's characters. She named hers after Martin's characters. So the Void is called Arya. And then the newest addition to the family is Bran. So you know what? We keep up the book themes in these households. Hello, Lex. I'm working this morning, so I can't do sprints right now, but I hope you guys have had a good day and happy reading. Hopefully you're also having a good day. True, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but the orange color is a recessive gene in the X chromosome, them being female with both recessive. That's such a weird word in English. Damn. I keep processing the word in Spanish, recesivo. Anyways, XX chromosomes. That sounds about right. Hello, Nisa. My tuxedo girl is Sadie. My mom found her at work starving and with a broken tail. Baby, she's 11 now. I'm so happy that you guys found her. My parents have 5 cats because 4 of them just rocked up in our garden and we couldn't say no to their sweet little faces. Yes, show us the little kitty. I forgot to say my dog's names. The previous dog was a white and light brown, smaller dog, and his name was Snowball. And the one we have now is black and white, medium height, and his name is Oliver. I love the name Oliver. I feel like that's such a good name. Legendary breed. Oh my god, he's adorable. That is the cutest. I know. Oh, it is so cute. Have a male calico is so rare, but my calico Jigsaw is the best boy ever. I know. She's really happy with her own addition of a rare pet. She's like, listen, you got Syl, who's rare, and now I got Bran, who's rare. So she's really happy. Again, sleep deprived, but happy. She's having a great time. And for as much as she complains about having to wake up in the middle of the night to, you know, formula up the boy, she's loving it. Like, honestly, I think her maternal side has come out once more and she thinks this is her actual child. So it's been quite funny to witness. But anyways, yes, let's get into our last sprinty so that we can get some more reading done. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
This microphone keeps doing weird, crazy things working against me. However, how did you guys do during that last sprint? I would love to know. I got to page 100 of Agnes O'Bert's, which is very exciting. I have no idea how long this book is. This book is 353 pages. So, you know what? If I keep on reading throughout the afternoon, I think I might be able to finish this book by Wednesday, which would be nice because, again, the everlasting is ever present in my brain. So that would be cute. But yes, would love to know how you guys did in that last one. Yes. I have been working and missed most of the sprints, having lunchies now. Hopefully lunchies is delicious. Only read 15 pages this sprint. Talked with my uncle about my dad. Ooh, Father's Day gift. But in total today, I read 298 pages. That is so good, Boa. I love that. Got to 20% of my reread of Caliban's War. Finished Red Queen. Don't think I'll pick up Glassword right away. Honestly, not sure what I'm feeling for my next read. Listen, whatever you pick up next, hopefully it'll be a great one. Read 2 chapters of The Score, really liking it. Reached chapter 30 of Yesteryear, and I can't put it down. I need to get myself either a copy of Yesteryear or the audiobook. I still can't decide which of the two I want to do, but I definitely want to read Yesteryear. So I feel like that's going to be one of my next acquisitions, whichever means I have to do it through. I think I definitely want to pick that up sometime soon. I picked up Brit Marie Was Here by Frederick Bachman again and got 55 pages in. I read mostly fanfics and ate dinner. Hopefully both of those went really well. Finished my meeting, doing notes now. Finished notes for this chapter and read like 3 pages of Cruel Crown. Got all my students down for nap time, so I'm glad I can tell everyone bye before the end of the sprint. Hopefully all the students are doing really well. Hopefully the nappies are fantastic. And hopefully you also have a beautiful rest of your day, Lex. I am snacking on my wontons, but I got through like half of my workload for the day during the sprints, which I am glad about. I think it was a really productive time, and it was a really great way to start out the day. Just like easing into the productivity, again, might make things just a little bit more bearable, perhaps, depending on how we're feeling on this Monday. I do feel like the week started out pretty chill. It's just the scatterbrains are still a little present, but that's okay. Nothing that the rest of the day can't fix. I always like to say there's never a point. Oh my god, Sil scared me. She's scratching the scratch post. Sí, mi cielo, me asustaste. Sí, you scared me. Anyways, yes, I always like to say that it's never too late to restart your day. So you never really know. But the coffee didn't really do much of what I expected it to do. I have to head to a meeting. Have a great day, everyone. You too. And to the rest of you guys, I also hope you have a beautiful day, a beautiful rest of your productivity, and that you get all the things that you need to get done, that you get all of the reading done as well that you would like to before the end of the week. And hopefully, again, before the end of the week, before the end of the day. Still, anyways, that stands. And I hope this was a good day to get the week started. A little bit different to what we would typically do, but hopefully it still worked out as it should have. I loved this. I never get to do sprints live, so this was a great way to start my week. That makes me so happy. Listen, I hope you guys enjoyed this enough to do this again. Maybe, fingers crossed, because I feel like we could. I feel like, again, if we alternate every other week and do a morning sprint, I feel like that could be nice. Mostly evening sprints, because I do have to say I like those a lot, but every once in a while, at least once a month, to do a morning round could be very cute. But yes, coming in with the last couple of announcements, you guys already know. Before we move on with the rest of the day, I am going to plop the link, or I guess Nightbot will do it for me, but he will put in, there we go, he's awake, the link to yesterday's upload in case you guys need to catch up, in case you guys haven't watched it. You can do that, or you can add it to your watch later, but a video did go up yesterday, so plopping that in the chat. And if you want more sprints, if you want more content, more overall hangouts and streams, and a book club and a Discord server and all the fun things, Patreon is also an option that you can support. Helps the channel a ton, and those sprints are also generally very time zone friendly because we do them in the mornings on Saturdays. So if you ever want to join it, it's there. If you guys want to join up on the Citadel over on that side. So love you all the mostest. Thank you so much for joining today. Going to hop off now to continue with the day, but thank you for joining. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day,
And can't wait to see you guys with an upload later this week. And then also next week with some more sprinties. Besititos, besototes. And I'll see you guys later. Goodbye, see you.